They call Chengdu the land of abundance. It boasts a proud history. And incredibly, more than 80% of these furry friends live in Sichuan province. The locals' diet, though, stretches a little beyond bamboo. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cup finals. The group stage just starting to take shape, and today we feature the only European nation to have ever lifted the men's trophy. It's a grand setting for a grand tournament. This is the Chengdu High-Tech Zone Sports Center Gymnasium. As we move inside, it's time for the light show. Group stages for the first 5 days, quarterfinals Thursday and Friday, the semis on Saturday, and then the 2 finals a week today. The 16 competing nations are split into 4 groups of 4, and the top 2 will go through to the quarterfinals. We're in Group D. Malaysia and Algeria are the other 2 nations in this group. If you were with us earlier, you'd have seen Chinese Taipei defeat Malaysia by 4 matches to 1. So they win the tie. That was in the Uber Cup. We are switching to the men, as you see, and later it'll be the Thomas Cup again for China v Canada. Well, the Danish team, as I mentioned, are the only European nation to have ever won this title. That was back in 2016. They've been in the semis on other occasions as well. Victor Axelsen spearheading their charge. But there aren't too many weak links when you look at that nation, and obviously in the doubles, with Astrup and Rasmussen as well, very strong. What about Hong Kong? Well, they've got a few top players as well. Never made the final of this event. And Long, one of their veterans, and the youngster Jason Gunawan, who are looking forward to seeing later, still just 19 years of age. He actually won the Hong Kong national title at 16, including beating Long along the way. So it'll be fun to watch him. He's in the last match. So here's our lineup. It's the world #1 on first, Olympic champion Victor Axelsen, taking on Lee Chuk-yu. The Dane has won the last 5 meetings. Then our first doubles, Astrup and Rasmussen start heavy favourites against Lauren Jung. The Danish pair picked up a fantastic 4 World Tour titles last year. Back to singles for Anders Antonsen versus Long. The latter showing some signs of a resurgence of form last year after a big dip in 2022. Then the second doubles, Kier and Sogard against Lee and Tang. The Hong Kong pair, both more renowned for their exploits in the mixed. And we conclude with a fascinating singles, Rasmus Gemke facing that talented teenager I was talking about, Jason Gunawan. That's our lineup here on court #1. Slight height differential between the 2 players. You can see just waiting to come into the arena. Actually, Lee's not that short. He's 5'10", but dwarfed by the 6'4" figure of Victor Axelsen as the players make their entrance. Such a popular figure, Axelsen, in China. Speaks the language, of course, and when you see the crowds of autograph hunters that flock to the team hotels, and they want the China players, yes, but they also want that man's signature. Arguably the most prized in the sport. easy victory for Denmark yesterday against Algeria. This may be a little tougher. 5-1 is the head-to-head. Actually, Lee won their first meeting, but that was way back in 2019. Lost the last 5, most recently in January at the Malaysia Open. Mentioned that Denmark were in action yesterday in the Thomas Cup. So too Hong Kong, China. Lost 5-0 to Malaysia, so they've got a lot of work to do as well if they want to progress. Denmark will be a huge surprise if they don't go through to the quarterfinals. And Axelsen actually was part of that winning squad in 2016. My name's Trevor Harris. Chris Langridge is alongside me. How much to be said, Chris, for Denmark having not just Axelsen, because Astrup and Rasmussen, the doubles, also part of that gold medal winning team in 2016. How much of an advantage is that, having been there and done it and won the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to play a part. The most successful European nation and the only country outside of Europe outside of Asia to have won the Thomas Cup, and they've got such a good team again this year. And as you identified, they've got Victor, world #1, Anders Antonsen, world #4, Kim and Anders, world #4. They've got really, 3 phenomenally strong, and then even the second doubles really improved, really come on. And you've got Gemke, third singles. They've got such a strong team this year. It could be possible that they could, recreate 2016 and win the title again.
First #1 back in 2017, would you believe, Victor Axelsen. 2-time world champion. He's the reigning Olympic champion, having won in Tokyo. He was actually the first ever European to win the world junior title. That was a long way back in 2010. There's Lee. The ever-smiling Lee Chuk-yu, 27 years of age now. And his world ranking, is not too shabby. He is a character, as you can see. Ranked at 15, he was a couple of spots higher earlier this year, actually. Now, this is interesting. He won his only World Tour title in 2019. It was in the Hong Kong Open. That was a Super 500, and that was the win he had against Axelsen. He beat Axelsen in the quarters, he beat Kadambi in the semis, and he beat Ginting in the final. So, he is capable. And he also got to the final much more recently of the India Open in January and lost in straight games to Shi Yuqi. But certainly not someone that Axelsen can take too lightly, Chris.
No, definitely. I think Lee is he's quite a unique player because I would categorise him as quite up and down. Some of his big performances has been phenomenal, and he can definitely beat pretty much all the best in the world. But at times, I think sometimes his creativity or it being a little bit too flamboyant or shot selection sometimes can get the better of him, and he doesn't always make the best choices. But, it's a difficult game for Victor today.
Bert van Horenbeek is in the umpire's chair. He's from Belgium. And Lakpriya Singh from Sri Lanka is his service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Denmark, represented by Victor Axelsen. And on my left, Hong Kong, China, represented by Lee Chuk-yu. Denmark to serve, Lovol, play.
So here we go then in this Group D tie. Axelsen getting us underway.
1 love.
They like to put Victor up first. He was in action yesterday against Algeria, lost just 11 points against Adil Hamek. Just kind of sets the tone, I think, is the plan. Looks like he means business again.
Yeah, Victor there just showing how devastating his attack is. You give him half a chance, slightly short lift, or slightly too flat, and he's so devastating on his overhead.
Fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, and we've seen there in the 2 rallies that Lee's won, his net is so good. Saw the rally before that he won where he can put so much spin on his net.
Yeah, that was money for old rope really for Axelsen.
This is the battle that you have when you play Victor. It's just too comfortable for him to be able to attack that. You have to find a way of only giving Victor the attack when he's off balance.
What a net battle. What a net battle that was.
4-2.
And I think the fist pump from the Dane tells you a lot. He knows this is potentially a bit of a dangerous match for him. Potential banana skin, expected to win, but against an opponent who on his day is dangerous.
Definitely, and it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the tie. You know, Denmark want to settle things down and win this first one, definitely. They just don't want any stress for the other players that are going to be competing later on. Victor's attack at the moment, I mean, it's impossible to get back.
6-3.
He's a frightening sight, isn't he, on the other side of the net?
When you look, the lift wasn't that bad, slightly short. You know, Victor leaves that, it's probably landing middle of the trams. Maybe just behind the front tram, so it's not that short, but...
Not been the easiest start for Lee. He had to play Lee Zijie yesterday in that Malaysia tie, lost in straight games, 18 and 18.
Getting that devastating attack. I think it's so important for Victor, you know, just to keep this lead. He's had not the kind of start to the year that you would expect, just because of, obviously, last year was such an incredible year. I think people forget how tough it is being world #1. Everyone's chasing you. You can't go any higher. You're at the very top of the world.
23 World Tour titles since 2018. And that includes, you know, all the big ones, multiple All Englands, World Tour finals, and of course the Olympic gold. And 2 world titles. And he's almost, unless he plays a Chinese. He's almost like an honorary Chinese, isn't he? The crowd just absolutely love Victor Axelsen.
Yeah, I think they got a lot of respect that, you know, went out of his way to learn Mandarin, which is, you know, it's incredible, really incredible. And he is, you know, he's loved all around the world just because he is the best, especially on his day. I mean, on his day, he's so incredible.
That's dropped in, and that's going to be a handy mid-session lead for Axelsen. 11 points to 6. What did you make of his decision to go to Dubai, Chris? Because, I mean, it's a huge change, isn't it? It seems to work for him.
And I think this is the thing. It's whatever works for the player is the key. And, you know, Victor is a very unique guy. He's the most disciplined, organised, professional, probably player, you know, I've ever met. And the decisions obviously work for him because, as you said, you know, his performances have been so good. And whatever works for the player is the key, I think. And this is where, you know, Victor made a big, big choice. And for him, it's proved to be the right one.
Well, I mean, he said, didn't he? Obviously, it cuts down the journey time to Asian tournaments. That's clearly right. He suffers from asthma, and it's easier for him in a warmer climate.
Yep.
So, you know, there are a lot of positives, and he gets to spend more time with his family as well, which was another big thing that he says as why he made that move.
Yeah, just carrying on from that, I think the big scary bit was what would his training be like, just because obviously he didn't have the same sparring partners, but he's done something, you know, kind of no one else really did, which is invite a lot of players over and have people come to him to train who wouldn't want to train with the best in the world, you know. Still waiting for my call from Victor to get the invite. But
it's
no,
kind of a we'll call you, don't you? Yeah.
But, you know, everyone wants to go there and train with him just because he is the best, and why wouldn't you? And he's got a really good, you know, facility, and he's got a good setup there, and he's really fortunate that he's got his father-in-law who can assist with feeding and coaching. And it's going to be interesting if badminton turns a little bit more that way, like tennis, where you do have a few players. You've got Lee Zijia, obviously, who's doing something similar in Malaysia. And I think it's whatever works for the player is so crucial and key.
Just overcooked in a fraction.
Victor there, he read it so well. Stepped in, took it early, and had all the options. As you said, just a fraction out. I think it would have been incredibly difficult for Lee to have got that. His net. But Victor's even better. Wow.
They've had a couple of those kind of rallies now, haven't they? It's absolutely fascinating to watch. It's almost like a limbo contest. Who can go lower?
I mean, that, yeah, it doesn't get any better. Playing that tight, that calm, that controlled, that low off a net cord from Victor there. Lee really does have phenomenal control at the net. His net touch is so good. So relaxed and calm at the net.
His judgment that time from the man from Hong Kong, China.
9.
That reach is also a huge advantage, isn't it, for Axelsen? Kind of one stride, almost covers half the court, it seems.
Yeah, Victor, you know, he moves incredibly well for a very tall character. It can be harder to get down, higher centre of gravity and so on. Harder to twist and turn, but he's worked so hard on his agility and his physical side of things. Victor there punching a corner, having such a high base.
16-10.
He knows Lee doesn't really want to go over him.
Serves over. 11-16. Serves over. 17-11.
Couldn't have watched that any more studiously, could he? It's almost like demanding the shuttle to go long.
Thank you.
Anything even slightly loose is going to get punished just like that by the big Dane.
This is the difficult thing for Lee. Seen times where he's tried to hold the net and not lift at all, and Victor's had such a high base that he's got himself in trouble, and then when he tries to go over as well, if it's not perfect, also getting himself in trouble.
Serves over. 12-18. Serves over. 19-12.
Just wide enough there from Victor. Lee was slightly off balance. Good rally from Lee, and it all stemmed from that incredible net spin. Victor's lift was pretty short there.
Serves over.
Good attack. Victor did incredible to get that. He's in so much trouble. Went for the Victor special, but couldn't quite pull it off.
Well, his judgment had been very sound up to that point.
14-19.
That's the thing, is
Serves over.
Lee there, he knows it's got to be tight because Victor's kind of breathing down his neck at the net, putting that extra little bit of pressure on, which causes that unforced error.
6 game points here for Axelsen and Denmark. And that'll do very nicely. He looks seriously up for this, Axelsen. 21-14 in just 15 minutes.
14.
Denmark ahead, 1 game to love.
靠搶殺啊！你網場其實攞好多分嘅，唔係而家你網時收好多分。你當然你每次都好似從講翻你中間啦，冇嗰個主動權，你放翻網你死先嘛。佢超搶到你咪殺啦，搶唔到你咪再打翻嚟，加少難線，佢都係難受㗎嘛。好多波全部拱完就睇前面。仲有佢中意，佢而家咁樣講，因為佢知你直入好快，所以佢要擺下嚟。仲有你睇佢嚟中路係咪？佢就開兩邊，佢就開兩邊。攞你好多分啊！佢就冇你1號，因為你開直1號位，因為你開佢出手冇咁快嘅，知唔知？真係唔得咪？抽佢啦，等佢冇撞冇問題。
Second game, lawful play.
Just at the moment, every shot virtually coming off the middle of Axelsen's racket. Almost a surprise when he misses.
Service over. 1-0.
But matches can turn very quickly. Just take Lee to win a few straight points, sow a few seeds of doubt and give him a little bit of confidence. And unforced errors will work the same way. Haven't been many so far from the world number one.
Serves over. 2-0.
Bit more proactive from Lee.
Definitely, and taking the game on. And, you know, Lee's got an incredible attack as well. We didn't see it a lot in the first game. I think Victor didn't really give him the opportunity. As you said, it only takes a few points to almost change a match. Change the flow, change the pressure, the dynamic, everything. Great attack. The thing is, Victor, you know, he's got the power, the placement, he's got the angle.
3-0. Hold on, come here. It can happen that you're off rhythm. I'm okay that it happens once, but let's get ready a little bit quicker, okay? No, just get quicker ready. It's about getting quicker, ready. Yeah, but then you also have to deliver the service, all right? No, okay? No, both of you, a little bit quicker.
There was a bit of anger in that, I fancy.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a bit of frustration there from Victor. I think he was just asking, you know, the question, whose fault is it? Am I too slow? Is he too slow? And the umpire saying, Bit of both here.
Yeah. Nice bit of diplomacy from Bert van Horenbeek.
Great pick up there from Victor. That's nice, and I don't think we've seen enough of that from Lee when he's getting the attack on the overhead. Yes, he has a devastating smash. There's no doubt about that. But Victor's base is he's very deep in defence. That was a lovely reverse, and we haven't probably seen enough of more placed attack or angles or taking a pace off or just a bit of variation from Lee.
Serves over. 5-4.
Yeah, he was going to leave it, and then he realised too late it was dropping on the line or just inside it.
Yeah, I think we've seen Lee hit start of this second game 2 out on the cross court that way. So I think Victor thought probably, you know, there's another one heading out, and I think you're right. I think it was just going to land on the line.
Oh, that's great play from Lee, it really is.
Good pick up there from Lee. Clever placement. Really awkward place, kind of the right hit, but Victor, as he's recovering, I think Victor was anticipating down the line.
Missed another one.
And it's important now for Victor to not get too impatient in the rallies. He can't force it. He's got to play out the rally. Sometimes he almost puts a bit too much pressure on himself to be exceptional all the time.
The huge cheer you heard, by the way, is just because we've got 4 courts in action and the Chinese women are playing in the Uber Cup. Well, exactly what we were saying, a little run of points here for Lee, and all of a sudden, different complexion on this second game.
I think the important thing now is, see, for Lee to continue this momentum, continue this run. Victor's just got to find a way of just getting his composure back and not forcing it, not giving these gifts away. Brilliant rally.
Serves over. 6-9.
See how high Victor's base is there, because he knows Lee doesn't want to lift.
Another one of those just fascinating net battles. Actually, to be fair, Axelsen's won most of them. Those little duels, match within a match. I think this is a big point for Lee. If he can get to the mid-game interval with an 11-7 lead, I'd fancy him to level this match. That's going to go wide, and it will be 11-7. And all of a sudden, things don't look quite so clear-cut for Axelsen.
Fordi så kan vi lægge pres på den anden side, ikke? Ja. Det er kun, at der er lige pludselig bare stor forskel på boldplads.
De er i hvert fald meget hurtige nu.
Ja. På baglinjen, hvis han har god længde, så bare blive på jorden.
Ja. Det er fint, at jeg egentlig tager problemet af der. Når jeg kommer til at ligge under.
Ja, men,
så
den,
ikke
men,
helt,
men den der nede med midten også, så ligesom ikke bare kan doble af.
Court 1, 26. Men 2 gode ud igen.
Well, just to show you how the momentum has changed. In the first game, Lee didn't win more than 2 successive points. He's already had a run of 5 successive points in this second game. Axelsen, no more than 2.
Intelligent there from Victor, stepping in, taking it early. Lee taking a step forward and goes over him. If you take the shuttle early, you have so many more options. This is exactly what Victor needed from the break. 2 quick, fairly cheap, easy points just to get him back in. Wow.
That is wonderful placement, isn't it?
Also the deception, everything.
10, 11.
I think the interval came, you know, at not a good time, but, you know, obviously Kenneth, very, very experienced coach. For me, one of the best coaches in the world, and coming on and just settling Victor down, I think. So after the break, he's come out quite different.
So we've got a first challenge. Hawkeye's going to have a look at this. It was called in. Axelsen immediately says, let's have a look at the video. Each player has 2 of these per game, and if they're correct, they keep it. Interesting challenge.
Yeah, I think it was just Victor didn't quite see it. When he did see it, it maybe had already hit the ground.
12, 10. Play.
See, after that rally, Lee just sort of shadowing, playing net, just stay forward. This is how important the net is at the highest level. That's that variation I was talking about from Lee, which is perfect. Victor's base is very deep because he knows how dangerous Lee's smash is. Lovely reverse again, and then set up the comfortable kill.
My first reaction was that might have been wide, Chris. Very quick challenge from Axelsen.
It looked like it was continuing in that direction.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, my ratio is not great at Hawkeyes. But I do think it looked like it was out, but could it have clipped the outside edge of the line? It's definitely a lot closer than the last challenge we had from Victor.
Yeah, missed the line by a bit, actually.
Great challenge.
Out. Serves over. 11-14. Late.
Again there, Victor punching a corner and having such a high base.
12-14.
And every time that Lee gets they're 3 or 4 points ahead, Axelsen's coming straight back at him.
What's the problem? Victor, it's unhealthy. Okay.
He's called that out.
He has called it out, and Axelsen immediately has asked Hawkeye to check it.
I'm gonna risk it, and I'm gonna say I'm confident that was in.
I'm sitting on the fence with this one. I think this is mighty tight. What does Hawkeye say?
Oh, and I've got it wrong. I don't know what I see from up here. I need to get some binoculars.
How was your use of Hawkeye in your playing career, was it?
Yeah, I wasn't as bad as this.
And maybe just leave it to your partner to do it.
Yeah. It must be the distance. I honestly saw that as in. I mean, Victor obviously did as well. It wasn't in at all.
It was such a good rally, though.
Court 4, Thomas Cup, Korea versus Australia. Men's doubles. And main hit, Gemke versus
I'm not going to take any more risks and comment on Hawkeyes.
裁判员郭邦贤，中华台北；发球裁判员安德烈亚，意大利。
Umpire Benjamin Wu from Chinese Taipei. Service judge Andrea Champagne from Italy.
So the other repercussion of that failed challenge is that Axelsen has no more challenges left in this game. He's 1 for 3 at the moment.
The reason it's so effective is just because his smash is so dangerous.
16-13.
Didn't really see that in the first game, but lovely.
Thank you.
You can see how deep Victor is there in his defense.
He's a box of tricks, isn't he, Lee?
Yeah, and this is why he's dangerous. He's a very creative player. You never quite know what you're going to get from him. That's a strong backhand there from Victor.
Serves over. 14-17.
Well placed as well, just in that awkward position, just inside the right shoulder.
Didn't miss by much, but he can't challenge, obviously. And Lee apparently marching towards leveling this first game of the first match of a tie.
Serves over. 15-18.
And again, it was the brilliant net play from Lee that forced Axelsen to lift. Didn't want to do it, he had to.
Yeah, and the spin, we get to see this, the spin, look at that he puts on that, and it's so hard to time it correctly to get the lift anywhere near the back. You can see how short that is. It's just, he's got kind of a super ability with the amount of spin he can put on his net. Good cross-court block there from Victor.
Serves over.
Really stretching Lee.
16-19.
Perfect lift.
70, 90.
Well, this is a huge point. Axelsen to get within 1 or 3 game points for Lee. So, 3 chances then to level this match for Lee Chuk-yu. Very clear from Bert van Hurenbeek.
You don't wait for the replay.
Yeah, there's no Hawkeye for this.
I think Lee wanted to watch on this. And this is, you know, we've had this discussion a few times. It's so hard to know if he did or didn't, because we're talking about, you know, a fraction.
I think the umpire's dead right there, actually. I think that replay did show that racket just flicked in there. I think what he's saying there is, yeah, you got the shuttle first, it was fine, and then the racket just followed through and flicked the tape. But it doesn't matter, because Axelsen's gone long, and we're all tied up at 1 game apiece here. Maybe a shocking story in the opening match of this tie. Hong Kong, China level, 1-1.
Samme fokus, langt frem og stå. Han kommer til at, hvis han løfter, så er det ned mod din ranke head, ligesom det han prøvede i starten af første. Ja, han er slå mod kroppen for at komme frem på den der forbane også. Husk nu, vi vidste godt, at det her, altså siderne, de er tricky også. Så nu til forbanen. Ja. Ind og tage det tæt hegn. Ja. Prik den ind. Mød så en tidlig.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Final game. Low play. Serves over. 1 love.
Really positive start by Victor in the 3rd and final game here. You can see just how fired up Victor is.
3 love.
Yeah, I've rarely seen him quite as engaged as this in terms of outward emotion.
let again. This was the same thing. Okay, this is the last time. No, come here. Come here. Getting ready to serve includes that sideway movement. If it's too long, it's delayed, all right? And that's where he responds. Yes, well, then do it quicker. Do it quicker.
Incredible pickup. Really good rally there from Lee. Really good rally.
It's over. 1-3.
Just waits there. You can see the frustration just building though in Victor, and this is the thing. I think it's the main thing for me that stops him sometimes. The frustration that builds up inside him about himself. He gets frustrated about a situation that he's maybe not playing the right shot or performing. Almost puts too much pressure on himself. Just highlighting as well what the umpire was talking about the rally before, just saying there was a slight delay. Victor has a movement where he basically moves before he strikes a shuttle. Umpire saying it's just taking a bit too long.
Serves over. 4-1.
Well, he's berating himself, Lee. He hasn't made too many unforced errors. Well, certainly not since the first game.
Again, that reverse, we've seen that probably 4 or 5 times. It's proved so effective. Victor does incredible to get himself out of trouble there. Bit loose, that goes over. So deceptive. It's because Lee's got such a powerful smash.
Thank you.
Yes, really good from Victor.
And he knew he didn't have to hit the line, and he was nowhere near it. Just made sure he had to evade the reach of Lee, which he did comfortably. 4-point cushion now.
Great turn by Lee. Stepped in, took it early, made Victor move the full distance there on the cross court.
Bonus point for Axelsen.
7-3.
Bit of a crazy point. That Victor, full control of the rally appeared, and then that slight indecision. And he does so well. That's a great turn. And then here, indecision. Does so well to pick this one up. Great control as well, considering he's on the floor.
Yeah, you so rarely see a player win a point when they decide so late to play the shuttle, having originally opted to leave it, but Axelsen is #1 for nothing. And he's putting pressure on that man now. 5-point lead in the decider. power you get with Axelsen. There's a lot of subtlety as well. Great hands. But Axelsen, you suspect, is going to have to keep up this intensity because Lee's not going to just lie down. Well, it's an immediate challenge. Was called in. I'm going to risk it and say it looked wide to me, but
no comment for me. I'm removing myself from any more replies. Challenge though there by Victor, because that moments like that can prove so important.
So he's 2 for 4 now, Axelsen in challenges, and he's got a 5-point lead.
Incredibly, how can you hit the backhand that hard?
Interval change ends.
Yeah, that's when you don't want it to hit you in the eye, because that was really travelling.
There's only one other player I can think of, Taufik Hidayat, who has a backhand maybe as powerful as that. Backhand smash winner, you don't see that very often. Easy Jar's also up there.
So just 10 minutes for those 16 points, and Axelsen looking good here, having had a bit of a dip in that second game.
Thank you. 11-5. Play. Service over. 6-11. Thank you. Wait. Good.
Doesn't miss many of those.
This is the important thing now for Victor. To feel like when he starts to make 1 or 2 mistakes, a few more creep in and the momentum changes, his frustration at himself builds.
Court 2, Africa, China versus Canada. Women's double. Chen Qingchen, Jiang Yifan versus Jackie Gunn, Crystal Wall.
裁判员贝恩，印度8球裁判员。
Now all of a sudden it feels like we're right back in it.
Yeah, come out and won 3 straight points after the mid-game break.
You could see from the Danish coaches there how big a point that was for Victor. Looked like they wanted to join him on the court for a second.
Yeah, fist pumps going on. And those in red.
It's happened twice there where Victor's had a new shuttle and he's just saying very, very different in shape to the shuttles they've been playing with.
Yeah, that was close. He seemed surprised actually initially that wasn't called out. So let's see what Hawkeye has to say about this. Yeah.
Correction out. Serves over 10-13.
Well, the rest of the Hong Kong squad, all paid-up members of the Lee Chuk Yu fan club, but they're really enjoying this now. Because he's back within a point, having been way behind at the mid-game interval.
If you're just joining in now, it's amazing to think that, you know, Victor was 11-5 up. He looked comfortable.
Thank you.
All of a sudden, 13-12 up. Momentum has totally changed. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Lee there. Defense, start of the rally was so good. Clinical attack to finish the rally. I think he ended up putting the shuttle on the line.
Well, the line judge actually changed his mind. He started to outstretch his arms and then changed his decision, but Axelsen not interested in challenging.
I think the smash was almost too big for him for the line judge to see it. Missed it by a fraction. And how this game has changed. 11-5 up to 14-13 down. The tension's built.
Victor, next time ask right away to change the shuttle. Do it right away. Do it right away.
Frustration etched all over his face. Can't believe what he's done. He's gifted a point back to the Dane. 14 all.
What a time to pull out the perfect net shot.
It literally crawled over the tape, didn't it?
That's absolute perfection. I know Lee's very good at the net, but not even he can get that back. See the frustration of Vic today. He knows it's a gifted point. He's played the perfect shot the rally before, and he's just gifted his opponent a real cheap, easy point.
missed that, was he?
Yeah, no matter how this match actually goes, this first game, what a game it's been to start off this tie between Denmark and Hong Kong. Brilliant spin net, steps up high base. Good net there, high base, clinical kill. 16-all. Getting that chance, Lee, and he hits that either that reverse slice or the straight slice. It's proving so effective.
He's an absolute magician, isn't he, with those kind of shots? And Danish camp now more than a little concerned.
Again, the frustration. You see us after this rally from Victor. Can't quite get down to it.
Thank you.
Hits the floor in frustration. Each point now almost feels like it's worth 2. 17 all in the third game. Turn for the frustration. He had it, he read it. That's where the gap was. Didn't have to be that tight. Maybe there is a very slight drift going in that direction. He's just pushed it wide.
What a time to bring that shot out.
And this is the reason that Victor struggled when he's had the, the slice, when Lee's played the slice or the reverse slice, because his smash is that dangerous, that devastating.
Well, the crowd have been totally engaged with this match, and Lee within a couple of points of pulling off a massive shock here.
Wow.
Just beyond description sometimes. Some of these net exchanges, absolutely unbelievable.
19-all.
I mean, Victor does incredible to change everything he was doing. He's going to try and brush it.
Change the angle to get his whole body in position. Amazing. And he's had a little bit of good fortune there. He will take it. And it's a match point for the world #1 to give Denmark the lead. As we hit the hour mark.
This has been a crazy game.
Get ready. Get ready.
Well, it's been a bit of a struggle, but he's got there in the end. Threatened to sprint over the line. In the end, he had to kind of crawl over it, but it'll do. Smiles between the two. Great entertainment. And 21-19, Axelsen takes the decider and ensures a winning start for Denmark in this tie. Testament to his battling qualities as well as his ability in that match. Tough for Lee to take, because he couldn't have done much more, Chris, really.
No, I mean, that was an incredibly exciting game. It could have gone either way. Every tie in this match is like that. Wow, we're in for a treat.
This was the final point. Knew it was going long. And we got the full celebration routine from the Dane when it landed beyond the back line. Well, what a start we've had. 21-14, 18-21, 21-19. An hour and 2 minutes, the official match time for our opener. And we're going to move from Denmark's best singles player, or top-ranked singles player, to their top-ranked doubles pair. Astrup and Rasmussen, 4 in the world, are up next against Law and Jung in a couple of minutes. A warm welcome back to Chengdu. They seem pleased to see us. We're delighted to have your company on day 2 of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cups. Had great crowds, actually. Obviously starting on a weekend gives the attendance a boost, but very well attended even during the weekday, this event. So, 1 match down, Denmark with the lead, and we move on to the doubles. Kim Astrup and Anders Rasmussen up against Lucha Kim and Jung Shing Choi. Bit of a scratch pairing, to be honest, the Hong Kong-China pair. There are the Danes, who had such a phenomenal season last year. That's why they're up as high as 4 in the world. They actually have been fractionally high. They were 3rd in the world last October.
Denmark versus Hong Kong, China. Men's double. Kim Astrup, Anders Rasmussen versus Lucha Kim, Jung Shing Choi.
裁判员阮范迪安，越南；发球裁判员法迪尔，毛里求斯。
Umpire Ran Fan Di An, from Vietnam. Service judge, Fadil Sayed from Mauritius.
How impressed have you been with these two, Chris, over the last year or so? Because they had such a purple patch, didn't they, in 2023?
Yeah, it's quite incredible, to be honest, just because they had not the best start to 2023, and then European Games where it all started to change them. And since then, wow, it's like I don't know, you've gone back in time and a kind of a young pair coming through, the way that they've transformed their level, and, you know, they're playing the best they've ever played.
Yes, and at 32 and 35 years of age, respectively, Astrup is the younger of the two Danes.
And this is the big surprise, to be honest, at that age, generally, you don't have that kind of extra surgeons, as it were, and that, you know, they did. And this was really, really incredible. They managed to find the solution to all the problems they had.
I know it's the $50 million question, but like, you know, why do you think that kind of thing can happen? Have they changed something? What's happened there?
Well, this is the thing for me. I doubt a lot changed. It's one of those things that they had a patch where a lot was going wrong, and all I mean by that is they were losing, essentially.
Yeah.
A lot of the games were close, and then they managed to turn it round. And European Games, they still didn't play their best, but they managed to win it. But they got confidence. Then they got momentum. Then they had a few tournaments after that. Had Canadian Open, they won it. And then all of a sudden, they started to build this confidence, this momentum, and it was almost like at one stage they're unstoppable. You know, the amount of Super 500s they won last year was incredible, and you know, a silver medal at the World Championships. If someone had said that at the beginning of 2023 to them, I think they wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah, yeah. They got to the final as well of the Indonesia Masters in January, so they started 2024 in decent style as well. And that's why they're heavy favourites against the Hong Kong pair of Luo Chu Kim and Yung Shing Choi. Obviously their ranking is way down. In fact, Luo's only tournament win was the Bahrain International. It was 3 years ago with a different partner, actually. Played with Yung Na Ting to win that event. Yung Shing Choi has had various different partners.
Ready to play.
Of late. And lost with a different partner to Luo in the Vietnam International a couple of months ago, a round of 32. So on paper, the Danes should win comfortably, but we know sport isn't always that predictable. Never met before, these two pairs, understandably, because Luo and Yung don't play together very often. Let's see what they can produce here. Phan Pham from Vietnam is the chair umpire, and Fadil Sayed of Mauritius is the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Yung Shing Choi and Luo Chu Kim. And on my left, Denmark, represented by Anders Sakharov Rasmussen and Kim Astrup. Denmark to serve, Kim Astrup to Yung Shing Choi.
Quarter four.
Level.
Thomas Cup. Korea
Play.
versus Australia.
So here we go.
Single. Lee Yun-Hee versus
I think if the Danes get off to a bit of a flyer, the Hong Kong-China pair might find it very tough going, Chris, here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even in that first rally, Kim doing one of his set plays,
from France.
serving, looking for his forehand.
Service judge, David Evans from England.
Service over. Service over. 2-1.
Misjudgment on the back of the court from Kim Astrup.
Oh. Service over. 3-2. Service over. 3-0. Four, 3. Service over.
I think in a moment both pairs just kind of feeling each other out and getting comfortable in the hole. Haven't really seen a rally yet, anyone moving the shuttle around.
They had a bit of a sobering defeat yesterday, the Hong Kong-China pair. They lost to Aaron Chia and So Yik in straight games in just 27 minutes. So may well feel they've got something to prove here.
In the Danish pair, they have that set play where attack middle and then the net player looks off for them to rotate. Pair from Hong Kong just sort of falling into that trap there.
Service over. 5-6.
The right shot, I think, from Lewis where the gap was.
They were looking around nervously, weren't they, with two Danes?
Yeah.
Very grateful that it fell out.
It's good play from Kim there. Keeping the shuttle in the downward direction until he can get forward. And then just keeps applying the pressure.
Good lead in the end.
I think Hong Kong must be the only nation here in the Thomas Cup that don't actually have a men's doubles pair as such. I mean, the ranking here, 170 in the world just because they've only played 2 tournaments, and I wouldn't really consider that a ranking as such.
Yeah.
Take your top 10, so, and the second pair being 2 mixed doubles players, so it's quite a unique situation they have in Hong Kong where they don't really have a established men's doubles pair at all.
Service is over. 10-6.
I'm sure the coach behind the court, Flandy, will be changing that, having fairly recently taken over in Hong Kong as the doubles coach.
11-6.
So a handy lead for Astrup and Rasmussen, 11-6 at the mid-game break.
In service, that will be hurry. You look the position, look the position there.
個人咧要判斷佢準備打咩波，你個人先至可以喐嘅，唔可以等佢個波嚟。要判斷佢打咩，佢出咩，我要做咩位。意思就係判斷個波上去快啲。
1, 20 seconds. 1, 20 seconds. Eleven, 6, play.
Again, the threat, just the pressure from Kim storming forward. You know, he's the net man in that partnership, always chasing forward whenever he has the opportunity. Again there.
Service is over. 7, 12. Game. Eight, 12.
Well, I'll take any bit of good fortune.
Enter, get ready.
Astrup, no chance when that hit the tape.
Good defence.
9,
All
12.
stemmed from going over and putting the Danes in a little bit of trouble. Rasmussen was just off balance.
Game, get ready.
Not the most convincing challenge from Anders Rasmussen, but they want Hawkeye to have a look nonetheless.
Yeah, I think Anders has passed the shuttle back. I think he knows that was in. It's an important couple of months for the Danes just before the Olympics to make sure they can stay number 4 in the world to get a seeding at the Olympics. Team points they'll get from this and the upcoming tournaments will be crucial to try and stay top 4 in the world. Only 4 seeds in the men's doubles at the Olympics.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. 10, 12, play.
So right back in this, the Hong Kong-China pair. Having been a fair way down
13,
the mid-game interval.
10.
Just keeping Astrup and Rasmussen honest at the moment.
Really good play by the Danes.
15, 10. Get a new one.
Defend him really well. Good block there. That's a good push. Well placed attack. Just across law.
10. Young, get ready.
So mind back on the job, it appears, for Astrup and Rasmussen.
Stop is over. 11-17.
Yeah, could only defy that kind of pressure for so long. Gunawan.
18-11.
It's the thing, the pair from Hong Kong, when they had the attack, just haven't managed to be able to get through. Definitely been on the defence more in this first game.
19.
I'd definitely say far superior in the first 3 or 4 shots. More variation. And reading the return to serve pretty well. Another mistake on return to serve.
20.
So 9 game points here for the Danes.
11. Service over. 12. 20.
We have seen moments where Jung at the net, he has been pretty dangerous and he's intercepted quite well. Not really sure he's had the chance enough.
That'll do it. So 21 points to 13, relatively comfortable for Astrup and Rasmussen. Just 13 minutes on court.
Men de lader den falde, eller de der tryk ude på siderne. Altså den der, det er egentlig rigtig drejet. Med Mohammed, der slår han den godt, ikke?
Ja, han slår godt ned bagfra på den flade løfte, hvor han slår kontra til mig. Så kan vi spille foran ham på stort set alting, også nedefra. Altså han går bare op og lægger dem ned, ikke? Fint lifting, jeg også har.
Så lidt mere til bolden her. Ja.
Men når vi bare begynder med, at man har det så ikke ud med godt. Man kan ikke komme til at holde sig godt. Så det har ikke til at stå lidt.
Løberne henover, så de går ned og trækker med flat.
Det er godt, at han kommer op. Så kommer han op først. Så kommer en position til.
Ready? Second game. Level. Play. One. Love.
Really good interception there from Kim at the net. Integral part of being a net man, you've got to be active. You've got to hunt the shuttle.
Service over. 1, 2.
And at the moment, combination of savvy play from the Danes and some errors from the Hong Kong pair. Just give the impression that Astrup and Rasmussen in control, firm control at the moment.
It's hard to think when you see the score of first game 21-13. At one stage it was 12-10 to the Danish in the first, and then all of a sudden it kind of vanished from the pair from Hong Kong.
Well, it was almost like, wasn't it, as soon as the Danish pair were asked a question, they answered it pretty authoritatively.
Yeah, and took full control and totally dominated after that. To be honest, it's probably what most people would have expected before the game. Very organised, confident pair from Denmark. World number 4s. Playing a fairly new pair from Hong Kong. And again, it's a similar thing, you know, in the second game. One-way traffic. Danish must be fairly confident after fairly comfortably winning the European Championships. Pretty amazing achievement for Denmark, getting a gold, silver and bronze in the men's doubles category. Full domination.
Shows you that, doesn't it? I mean, they're just light years ahead of any other European country.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the men's doubles category, they really are. They've got another young pair as well coming through. And they've probably got a few pairs below that that are going to be, you know, the depth that Denmark has in the men's singles and the men's doubles category is really, really impressive.
Interesting what we were saying yesterday about Australia. We made the point they're more of an outdoor kind of culture country, and Denmark's the opposite, and it just lends itself better to badminton, obviously with the history that it has in the sport.
Yeah, Denmark's been a superpower in Europe, definitely, you know, and in the world for so long now, and they've just continued that, and they've got such a good structure with their club system. Facilities really are pretty good in compared to other nations in Europe, and it's such a popular sport over there. It's shown on TV on a regular basis. They've got really good players in all categories.
Had a long time to think about that. Kim Astrup made the right decision in the end to let it land.
This second game's been warp speed. I'm not sure we've had any actual rallies as such. This is the thing, though, from the Danes. They're just doing everything to a good level. Do the basics well. Make life difficult for your opponents.
So they've got a 7-point lead as they go for the mid-game interval. At the moment, Astrup and Rasmussen looking good to make it 2-love in the tie in Denmark's favour.
Service over. 12-5.
Just a pressure that the Danes are putting on the pair from Hong Kong. That's just proving too much. Quite a few unforced errors sneaking in. Moment of a little bit of fortune there. Kim.
One of the best shots that Yung Shing Choi has played in the match.
Incredibly explosive to get back to that. Struggled a little bit on his serve today. Yung actually has a sister in the Hong Kong team, Yung Na Ting, who he actually played a little bit of mixed doubles with. And these rallies are incredibly quick.
15.
Good bit of variation on the serve. I think Kim's doubting if that was a legal serve. Did come incredibly flat. And that's a lot better. Good serve, and then really sharp on that third shot. Wow, we had 3 incredible serves there. Where's this been? Perfect serve.
Yeah.
Awkward position and really tight. See Kim got himself in a little bit of a muddle there.
Ended up hurdling the shuttle.
This is much better from the pair from Hong Kong.
Well, is it too late, though? That's the question. Got themselves back into this second game to a certain degree.
These last 4 rallies, though, have been really good.
Service over. 16-11.
Considering that they were 15-6 down at one stage.
It's amazing when you look at the Danish pair, how long they've played together. It must be the longest pair that's currently on tour. You're going back to when I was playing, which was a long, long time ago.
Well, they are right back in this at 16-13 now, no question.
Going back to around 2011 when Kim and Anders probably started playing together. Shows you just how long they've been playing together.
Yeah, first final in 2013. Yeah, needed that just to stop the rot a little bit.
Service over. 17-13.
On 7 of the last 9 points, those two. Amazing turnaround just in the momentum of the match. This is not over.
Yeah, and I think it was a combination. The level that we saw from the pair from Hong Kong wasn't quite the level I think that they can play at, because it was so easy for the Danish. But then the Danes made it really tough for their opponents by doing all the basics very well. But then kind of has turned on its head. Really well placed attack there. Anders Rasmussen. See, Jung commits to the forehand. I see this on the replay here. Commits to his forehand. Goes across him. Big swipe. Can't get it.
Well, one of the best rallies of the match, and now it's 5 game points for the Danes.
Match point 15. Service over. 16-20.
Well, they're challenging because they can. They know it's close-ish. I don't think this is wide of a line, but I reckon they're thinking, well, may as well have a look. Gives them a chance to have a chat and assess stuff. So let's see what Hawkeye says here. Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. Service over. 17-20.
So 2 match points saved, 3 to go for Lauren Jung. That's long though, and that'll be the end of it. 21-17 in that second game, and a match that lasted 28 minutes only. I don't think the final score really tells the whole story. We saw the best of Lauren Jung in that second game, but by then the damage had pretty much been done.
21-13, 21-17.
So Denmark now just 1 match away from securing the tie. Obviously we still play all 5 matches in these group stage encounters because teams end up level on points, then matches won, games and even points can be taken into consideration. 21-13, 21-17, 28 minutes on court. Up next, a match that on paper at least looked to be the most attractive of this tie. Anders Antonsen, 4 in the world, against Ng Ka Long, who on his day still a match for anyone. Up next. Welcome back to Chengdu. The Jin River flows right through this city. It's a really important economic and financial transport area of the country. A lot of research and communication centres as well in Chengdu. So 2 matches down. We're about to have our second singles, which brings together Anders Antonsen, world number 4 from Denmark, and he faces Long of Hong Kong, China, who has been as high as 6 in the world. There they are backstage, just waiting for the officials to come on to number 1 court, and once that happens, then the 2 players will be announced. He's a great podcaster, and he's got his own YouTube channel, Anders Antonsen. Did you ever do any of that, Chris? Social media stuff, or you just wielded a racket?
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't very good at the social media side of it. Yeah, no, I just sort of played. It's one of those things I totally get, and I think Anders is doing a great job with it, promoting himself. He's really, really good at it, and also something that he does with Vittinghus Badminton Experience. I think it's, I've had to watch the episodes. I think it's really good.
It is good, and they get some great guests on as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it's nice to see the interaction and when they kind of have a relaxed chat almost with some of the other players, getting a better understanding of what they're like and the personalities coming across. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and sometimes players will tell other players something maybe they wouldn't tell to a reporter or a journalist or whatever, so it is interesting. So we've got our officials on court, and here comes the announcement.
Court 1, Johnston, Denmark versus Hong Kong, China. Men's single, Anders Antonsen versus Gunawan.
So here they come, 2 players making their entrance onto the show court here. Just a reminder, we do have coverage of court 2 as well. It's one of the longer events, this, 9 days. It's a test of stamina as well as badminton skill. Antonsen has come out on top in the 3 previous meetings that this pair have had. There you see it, most recently at the French Open. That was only in March. And all 3 of those Antonsen victories have been achieved in straight games. So see whether Long can buck that trend today. Mentioned Antonsen 4 in the world. He has been up at number 2. It's about just under 2 years ago. And he is a 3-time World Championship medalist, double European champion. He's got 3 Thomas Cup bronze medals. He'd love to add a gold to that collection. Of course, his brother was an international player. And he's made a really good start to the year. Won the Malaysian Open and the Indonesian Masters. And that must give you a huge amount of confidence, Chris, when you start so well. Yeah,
definitely. He's had a very, very good 2024 so far, and he's the kind of player that, he's a confident guy, but that will even, it will help it even more. That he'll be kind of buzzing, and it's such a good build-up towards the Olympics. Possibly one of the most informed players in the world at the moment.
Well, there's his opponent, Long, who had a real dip in form a couple of years ago, but showed signs of a recovery last year. He won the German Open, and he got to the final of the Thai Masters. And he also actually beat Li Zijie in the first round of the Asian Championships, and Li Zijie was the defending champion there. Before that win in Germany, his only previous World Tour title was the Thai Masters 4 years ago. I was a bit surprised by that. I think he's a good enough player to have won more than just, a couple of World Tour titles.
Yeah, I think men's singles is so competitive that it's tough. He's been around, it feels like forever, a long, long time.
He's only a couple of years older than Antonsen. Antonsen actually turned 27 yesterday.
韩国队对阵澳大利亚队，男子双打，真龙齐东柱对阵朱哲辉舒乐。
Court 4, Thomas Kerr, Korea versus Australia, men's double. Ji-young Kirunju versus Kenny Stahuchu, Jacob Schiller.
裁判员安德烈亚，意大利；发球裁判员郭邦贤，中华台北。
Umpire.
There's the man in charge, Lakpriya Deerasinghe from Sri Lanka.
From Chinese Taipei.
And Bert van Horenbeek is the service judge for this one.
Gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Ankalong Angus. And on my left, Denmark, represented by Anders Antonsen. Hong Kong, China to serve, low ball, play.
So here we go then for the third match of this tie, the second singles.
One, love.
I feel it's important for Ankalong to make a decent start because he hasn't got a good history against Antonsen.
And a strange one that when I looked at the scores, every time they've played, Angus has either scored 16 points or 19 points, which is quite peculiar considering they've played, you know, 6 individual games against each other, 3 matches. We're going to see a different score today, or is it going to be a 16 or a 19? And the last time they played at French Open this year, Angus was actually 19-16 up in the second game. And that's 21-19.
Lost to Leong Chun Hao yesterday in Kalong, North Malaysia. 21-15 in the third. Denmark had a very easy ride yesterday, as I mentioned, against Algeria. Antonsen beat Youssef Sabri Medel 13-12 in just 26 minutes. This will be a stiffer test, you would think.
Placement on that push from Angus. I do think one of the big things Anders Antonsen that's changed is he did have all those issues with those kind of niggly injuries that kept him out for so long. He never had that momentum, whereas for himself, probably the last year or so, he's really managed to turn things around and reduce the amount of frustrating injuries that he's had.
Just too much angle, just a fraction too much angle from Ankalong.
And Anders even sort of saying sorry there because he was totally wrong-footed. Does show the strength of Denmark. European champion is their #2 men's singles player. #1 is #1 in the world, Olympic champion.
So Rasmus Gemke then amongst the squad members watching on. He's going to be in the 5th and final match in this tie. And he's not a bad choice as 3rd singles player either.
Now Rasmus Gemke, you look at his results and he's so consistent. He hasn't achieved many big results, but he's the kind of guy, you know, I'd love to have if I was in charge playing 3rd singles, because he's someone that you can put your faith in that he's, you know, he's going to grind a match out. Consistent, hard-working player. Good lift off that net. Wow.
Well, there were 2 or 3 moments in that rally where Unkalong did brilliantly just to stay in the point, and then he comes up with the winner.
Yeah, this is absolute perfection. You can see it's a deep lift. It's a good lift from Anders. Just put it on the line.
Absolutely arrow straight, that one.
Yeah, I think we saw in the first 3 or 4 points of the match, Angus just forcing it out, and now he's got his range, he's got his, you know, coping with the conditions a lot better in the last 2 rallies. Millimetre perfect attacking shots.
And again.
5, 7.
Excellent serve.
This is a brilliant run from Angus now.
Isn't it just? 7-2 behind, 4 points in a row.
Again. Momentum's all with him now. Wow.
Well, he's painting the lines at the moment.
Yeah, he's having what I would call almost like a purple patch where everything's just perfect. Look at that, literally on the inside edge of the line. Can Angus keep this up though? answers, yes, so far. Wow.
So what's that now? 7 unanswered points.
Yeah, and to be, you know, the way he's played the rallies is really, really impressive. It's not like Anders is just giving him the points. It's just incredible play from Angus. The run comes to an end. Great bit of deception there from Angus. Great lift off that net.
Tremendous rally, but an error from Antonsen, and that means Gunawan, having trailed 7-2 in this opening game, leads 11-9 at the mid-game break.
Han løber bare hurtigt, selvom du spiller ind i en god kvalitet, så løber han bare på den direkte. Okay. Jeg synes, han har været heldig med 2 høje løft, der er blevet inden, hvor du har været oppe og taget et tæt her. Ja. Ind og ned den side, de små maskeringer, så han lige får den der i benen. Ja. Så.
Play. Over 10, 11.
Yeah, a little more urgency, a little more pressure from Anders since the break. Stepping up here. Nice reverse brush.
Push that just a fraction wide though.
And the pressure there was enough from Anders just to, Angus just to tense up. Missed that last shot. Feels like the speed increase that Anders has done, the pressure he's putting on Angus now is kind of enough.
Shot. Cleanest one he's hit for a while, wide out the middle of the racket. Got the required angle as well.
Does well to control it when the strings went. To me, I think that's Anders' best shot. Around the head, cross court.
So he's just got his nose in front here again.
Was a credible defence in that rally from Anders. Does so well to stay in that rally. Just a little bit of frustration from him at the end. That last shot he had, just pushed it wide. When I was looking over some of the results from Angus, I was surprised that he's actually a world champion, which I didn't realise. In the world junior champion in the men's doubles category back in 2012. Partnered Reginald, who we're going to see in the next men's doubles match.
Yeah.
When I looked over it, Reginald has partnered almost most of the team at some point.
I think they won a couple of medals. They got a bronze as well, I think, didn't they, as well as the gold.
They got a bronze in 2010, which is pretty impressive. Considering neither player plays men's doubles now.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, the match after this, the two mixed doubles specialists, but we'll come to that one. It's just pure reactions from Antonsen. That will feel like a massive point, won't it?
Definitely. It'll almost feel like two, because I don't know how Anders got that back. He kind of almost matrixed his body out the way here and somehow managed to get it over Angus, got himself back into the rally and then ended up winning it.
Yeah, when you get one of those back, you almost feel like you're free rolling in the point because you don't expect to still be in it. And to win it, it's also a body blow to your opponent to lose the point. And there's another one.
Yeah, that's really, really good from Anders there. Good pressure. I do think Anders he's so good in the flat game. Here, puts pressure in and then he's ready. He's almost like a doubles player. This has been kind of a topsy-turvy game as such. Anders, who kind of went 7-2 up, and then the next passage of points almost went 9-2 down in the way that the runs went. Now he's taken the lead back. This is the thing that Anders has done well. He kind of rode the wave that Angus was on, where Angus had that purple patch and he couldn't miss, couldn't do anything wrong. Anders just stuck with him. And after the break, increased the tempo in the rallies.
Service judge, Fancy Ethan from India.
Again, great defense from Anders. That was a really accurate smash down the forehand side by Angus. And Anders does incredible.
Just the wrong side.
Antonsen maybe thought about a challenge then, and he was like, no.
I think he knew, didn't he, that he'd missed it. Great power.
The speed now, though, you know, Antonsen, he's kind of in his flow, he's in his rhythm, he's reading where it's going. He's being a proactive one, he's moving at great speed, and he's just putting Gunawan under more and more pressure.
So 4 game points for Antonsen and Denmark to take this opening game. That's a lovely shot down the line. Too good for the man from Hong Kong. So 21-16 after a little shaky patch in the middle of that game where Gunawan came back from 7-2 down to lead 9-7, but Antonsen recovered and leads by 1 game to love.
稍微往前高少少咧，佢都係連續撳你嘅，嗰啲波你要避開，你要避開，可以避開就避開。
即係有時你等到個好機會咧，你覺得佢波高啦，你可以抽佢，唔使好太大，因為你個波會送出，你稍微捉到高位之後，你拋落去之後，你再跟下，佢即刻彈嗰個咧，佢第一彈咧通常少，佢第二彈嘅時間。
Second game, love all. Play.
That was a bad misjudgment.
Service over. 1 ball.
Nicely played.
Service over. 2-all. Service over. 3-2.
Remember, if Antonsen wins this match, guarantees Denmark win the tie.
This is the thing with that patch in the first game where Angus, you know, he was almost unstoppable, but the pace from Anders Andersen was nowhere near what he's putting in now since the interval in the first game. So much quicker, so much more confident, reading the shuttle, taking risks, but calculated risks on almost every shot early. This is the thing, if you make life difficult for your opponent, as Anders is doing now, Long, he's not playing to the same level that we saw in that purple patch. He's not being given the chance to play to that level.
Absolutely nailed.
7-2.
This is the thing, the difference in Anders Antonsen since that interval in the first game. He's everywhere at the moment. Love to know what Kenneth exactly said to him at the interval in the first game. Brilliant again.
8-2.
See the hesitation growing now in Long. He's not really sure what to do, where to move, what shot to play. It feels like Anders Andersen's everywhere. Brilliant.
Yeah, he's just making Long look, well, way inferior at the moment.
This is what I mean. It's a deceptive shot, but I wouldn't say it's incredibly deceptive, but it's just Long now, he's not sure. Again, he doesn't know what to do because it feels like Anders Andersen's everywhere.
It's just total indecision at the moment from the Hong Konger, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's full credit to Anders Andersen. You know, he's the one that transformed the game. He's the one that's changed things. And again, you know, it's incredibly short, quick points.
Well, that first half of the second game's gone past, seems like in an instant. And what was a pretty competitive opening game at times has now become, in the second game, very one-sided. He's got a mountain to climb. He wants to get back into this, that man. Well, stops the rock, but again, you just wonder if it's too late.
Yeah, this is a very big mountain for Gunawan to have to climb. Both these countries actually had their best year at Thomas Cup in 2016. Obviously Denmark winning it, and for Hong Kong they made a quarter-final, which is actually their best result. Perfect net shot from Gunawan there. Force that out. It's just slipping away.
4号场地，汤姆斯杯，韩国队对阵澳大利亚队，男子单打，郑敏善对阵史雷丹德。
Court 4, Thomas Cup, Korea versus Australia. Men's single, Gemke versus Strain Gunawan.
裁判员尹达伟，英格兰；发球裁判员斯蒂芬妮，法国。
Umpire, David Evans from England. Service judge, Stephanie Bennett.
Nothing's going right for him at the moment, is it? Even in the more competitive rallies, he's just missing the line by a small margin, but at the moment, Antonsen's all over him.
This is a very one-sided encounter, which, you know, we wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, when I saw the order of play this morning, I'm thinking this could be a really close competitive match. Hasn't turned out that way so far.
I mean, especially as the first game, sorry, was 21-16, which is the only scores he's ever got is 16 or a 19. So this game, if he's going to get a 16 or a 19, it's going to be quite a...
It's not happening, I don't think.
It's going to be a magical comeback.
Not happening.
Brilliant. And I'd say it's one of the only chances Gunawan's really had in this second game.
5-16.
Absolute pinpoint perfection. Gunawan just read that backhand clear. short as well.
So a challenge here from Antonsen. Always seemed pretty confident that was going to drop long. Let's see what Hawkeye has to say.
It's quite strange that there's been a lot of the court being white, but off the court.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. 7-16. Play.
That one was long.
Service over. 17-7.
Brilliant. Worked the rally so well for the big opening.
97.
So that's what Anders Andersen's really good at, tactically reading the game, knowing where it's going, putting his opponent in trouble, making the court big.
And another perfectly placed shot brings up a whole clutch of match points. It's wide, and that'll be the end of it. Very one-sided second game, 21-7. A match that in the end lasted only 36 minutes. And Carlong just completely outclassed in that second game, having at times in the first made a bit of a fight of it.
Match won by Denmark.
And what it also means is that Denmark guarantee victory in the tie, because they have an unassailable 3-love lead, he knows it, with only 2 more matches to play. Bit of a limp ending, really, from Carlong's point of view. Won't want to look back on that match and dwell on it for very long. Confirmation then. 21-16, 21-7. 37 minutes, in fact. They have amended the official match time. Well, fascinating match up next, because we've got the second Danish doubles pair, Rasmus Kjær and Frederik Søgaard, up against Lee Chun-hae and Tang Chun-man, who are essentially mixed doubles players. But it's the men's doubles in a moment. Well, a warm welcome back to Chengdu. Hope you're enjoying our coverage from this magnificent city. Traditionally the hub of Western China. History that goes back more than 4,000 years. China's domination of Thomason Uber Cup goes back a little less than that, but nonetheless, we're watching Denmark taking on Hong Kong, China, and we've reached the second doubles. Kier and Sogard against Lee and Tan. Look at the players backstage. Never met before, these two pairs, which isn't really surprising when you consider that Lee and Tang spend most of their tournament years playing mixed doubles rather than men's doubles. And it's the men's today. Officials have arrived on court one, so we're expecting the player entrances imminent. So players arriving on court for what should be an interesting match. How difficult do you think, Chris, is it for two players who essentially now play mixed doubles exclusively to suddenly switch back to play men's doubles against a decent Danish pair?
Incredibly difficult. They're two very good players, there's no doubt about that, but to play a category that isn't your desired category against, as you're saying, these two Danish really, really improved. It's going to be a massive challenge for the pair from Hong Kong today.
Red wins the toss. Tang to receive. Lee to receive.
Frederick to serve.
Frederick to serve, and we keep the receive. Thank you.
So Denmark, having already secured the tie, now hoping to make it a 5-love whitewash as they achieved yesterday against Algeria. Rasmus Kier, who's 25 now. They're ranked 18 as a pair. They were just one spot higher than that in February. European Championship bronze last year. We were talking about that podium clean sweep for Denmark in the men's doubles. Just the one World Tour final for Kier and Sogard. That was last year's Canada Open in Calgary. And on the other side of the net, their opponents, Lee Chen-Hei, Tang Chun-Man. Lee's been as high as 22 in mixed doubles. And of course, Tang got to the bronze medal match with Se Ying-Suet as partner at the Olympics in Tokyo. Unfortunately for them, didn't win it. But it shows the quality of his play as a mixed doubles man. In fact, Tang's won 7 mixed doubles titles on the World Tour, including the German Open just a couple of months ago. Both very experienced. Lee's 30, Tang's 29. And as Chris mentioned, Lee actually won boys doubles bronze with Long. It was a gold, wasn't it, Chris? Sorry, it's a gold.
Both. He won a bronze and a
gold. Bronze and a gold,
yeah.
yeah. The World Juniors in the boys doubles, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Lee Chun-hei Reginald and Tang Chun-man. And on my left, Denmark, represented by Rasmus Kjær and Frederik Søgaard. Denmark to serve, Frederik Søgaard to Lee Chun-hei Reginald, love all, play.
So here we go. What can these two mixed doubles specialists find in the men's doubles event against a very, very handy Danish pair in Kjær and Søgaard?
1, love.
Much easier said than done, but just feel the Hong Kong pair need to get off to a reasonable start at least. Otherwise, the Danes get on top. Might get a bit ugly for them.
Service over, 2, 1.
Attack here and then took all the pace off, and you can see how steep that went. Frederik at the net.
3, 1.
I do think the first 3 or 4 shots of the rally is where the pair from Hong Kong are going to find things a bit difficult, because obviously they serve from a totally different position in mixed doubles and returns are so different. Also, the pair from Hong Kong who's going to take on the net. One of them has to take that on to try and get the attack for their partner. It's a great return of serve. Not been the best start from the pair from Hong Kong yet. Too many mistakes and quite defensive.
Just getting the hurry up. Søgaard from the Russian umpire.
Placement on the drive there. Tantrum man.
That's a little bonus point. Didn't expect Søgaard to miss from there.
Yeah, he just didn't quite move into the shuttle. Wants to be having his body weight going in a forward direction. net play there from Rasmus. Good touch at the net.
Rasmus? Be ready quicker, guys. Thank you. Hey. 8-4.
Stemming from the return serve. Very good defense there. Did really well to turn that away. Something I think both the Danish players have improved so much over the last 6 to 9 months. Their defense now really solid.
Service over. 5-9.
Just a little bit of indecision there between the two Danes.
6-9.
I think, yeah, both players calling for each other there. Good placement on the defense. Something that we do see from Tantrum men, how good his defense is in mixed, but mixed you do have more options in regards to there's a bit more space. It's going to be interesting to see how he copes as the match goes on. Clever shot. That's the wrong shot there. Really well read by the Danes, but
it's right into Kia's hitting zone.
He's just waiting there and covers. Yeah, upward direction.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Big power from Reginald. This is, I think, what's got to happen for the pair from Hong Kong. I think Tantrum Man's got to try and take the net on. He's got to get the lift for Reginald.
It's the first one today. It brings up the mid-game interval, serving from above 1.15 metres, and it means 4-point lead for the Danes. There it was. Looks through those perspex blocks, the service judge, to allow him to make those kind of calls.
Versus Catherine Chong.
出去啲波出咗之後，你一有速度咧，你就可以控制到人之後。啊，冇嘢唔使，如果你使去考慮，就使去考慮。係啦，啱啊，係啊，唔好停就得啦，白路咁啊得。
7, play.
Just continuing to fritter away points, the Hong Kong pair. They were in action yesterday against Go and Sudirman, that match against Malaysia. They put up a respectable showing, but they went down in straight games 19 and 18.
Wait for your opponent to be ready. Check him first. No, check him first. We didn't look at him. Thank you.
Well, that was called in. I think it was pretty close to the back line, and an understandable challenge, especially with the scoreline the way it is. So we'll see whether Hawkeye will give those two players a break and overturn the decision. No, they won't.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Service over. 14-8. Play. Service over. 9-14.
I think it's a good example, though, to anyone who wonders why a doubles player doesn't just play both categories, just because men's doubles, mixed doubles, they're so different. I mean, you've got Antonsen Man, he's a double world medalist in 2018 and 2021, and he's finding it difficult out there just because he's playing an event that he never trains for, he's not used to.
Yeah, and they are struggling a little bit out there at the moment.
And it is a very, very different event, men's doubles and mixed doubles. There are some players that can play both, but very, very, very few.
Just kind of watching this, it gives you a completely, well, a massive amount of respect for the handful that are able to play at the highest level, both men's and mixed, or women's and mixed.
And I mean, it's the big thing here is that the pair from Hong Kong, they're really struggling to get the attack because they're not able to find a way. The Danish pair, wow, that was an incredible flick. But the Danish pair are just controlling the game, getting the attack and getting through. It's because in the mixed doubles, you know, they have a partner, a female partner who helps them to get the lift. And there's a lot more space in mixed doubles and men's doubles on the court, a lot more gaps.
It's going to go way out. Only been on court for, what, 10 minutes?
Yes, it's been quite a comfortable first game so far. Yeah, and it also highlights, though, why it's so integral that generally in a partnership you have a net player and a rear court player, because the net player is the one that chases forward, they get the lift for their partner, and the pair from Hong Kong, they don't really have that. Neither player is getting the lift. Neither player is blocking and chasing forward. And it's just because their roles in their favoured category, mixed doubles, you know, the rear of the court, they don't chase forward. If they did, they put the partnership in all kinds of trouble.
So it's 10 game points remaining here. Change of weapon for Sogard.
I think he was just saying his racket, maybe the frame had cracked.
Well, minimum of fuss, basically. As I say, just 11 minutes on court and 21 points to 10. Kier and Ras and Sogard take the opening game.
Vi ligger også så meget ovenpå. Det der med, at de bliver ved med at have ro i armen og spiller 2-3 gange inden foran, når de ligger og prikker den på tværs. Perfekt.
Altså, også vores angreb, også på den her side her. Det behøver ikke være fuld power. Lad dem få dem ned i fødderne, hvis der er, eller også bare knæene, for så skal de komme med noget power, og så sejler de.
Man skal tænke på her, man får lige så mange point for de andres fejl, hvis man spiller bolden rigtigt. Altså, det er ikke fordi, vi skal ryge op og grave den ned. Men hvis vi spiller de rigtige prikbolde, som vi siger, kommer op og skærer ned i fødderne, spiller ned i fødderne, og så bevæger os, så får man lige så mange point, for at løfte ud eller i siden, eller spiller lige op og gennem på os. Det er fordi, man skal spille helt lidt vanvittigt. Vi bevæger så godt, det ved man at spille de rigtige bolde.
Og så prøve den der klasse. Prøve virkelig være klar på at forvente, at de får flere bolde over.
Ja.
Altså, at vi skal ikke gøre noget anderledes, men de kommer nok ikke til at give det helt til ens.
Nej, de er ved med at lægge hurtigt på bolden, prik på den. Hvis vi har aftalt, at vi lukker nettet, så stoler vi på bagmand.
Second game, level, play.
This is the big thing. Pair from Hong Kong, they've got to find a way of getting it on the attack. Didn't really happen at all in the first game. And that's a big difference. Now, Reginald stepping forward. It's the first time we've seen either player from Hong Kong actually make a move forward and really aggressive. And it worked perfectly. Didn't see that at all in the first game. It's also sending a message to the Danish pair.
Maybe that was something that coaches were involved with at the mid-game break, or the break at the end of the first game. But imperative, you feel, for the two Hong Kong players to make a good start here.
Thank you. Guys, come here. Back one and get in the box. Next time I'm going to serve because of delay. You were ready, please. Be ready faster. Be ready faster.
Well, firm umpiring from Fadlan Saeed. See what happens if they do transgress again.
And this is so much better from the pair from Hong Kong. You know, showing what they can do when they're ready in the mid-court, covering round each other, getting the attack. There. That's much better. And this is the thing, if they get the shuttle coming up to them, we know they're very dangerous because you can't get to 8 in the world. You know, both players from Hong Kong have world championship medals in the mixed doubles category, yeah, but they're world-class players. And again, moving forward. Reginald's really trying to take this on now. It's a different pair from the first game.
Incredible transformation.
It's now the stress that they're causing the Danish pair.
Out. 7-2.
Just looks like a completely different match now.
But this is the thing, when your opponents cause you more stress, when they do things they didn't do in the first game, you know, it's hard for the Danish pair to kind of get used to the big change that's happened. You do see a few more mistakes from your opponents. Well, incredible return there. Late to perfection, touches the tape and just dies. Tungsten man from there can't do anything. Wow, really good rally from Rasmus there. Great defense at the start of the rally and then very calm. That reverse kill at the end, reverse brush, especially as his partner I think broke his strings.
Reactions from both pairs.
But totally different again. Both players from Hong Kong there chasing the net, chasing forward, not really concerned about the rear court. And it's the pressure that they cause. So much better tactically. Playing a much better version of men's doubles now.
It's the second time they've done that in this game.
It's a difficult thing for, Reginald. He's not used to serving there. Normally serves, a foot, 2 foot further back.
Yeah.
Really good little set play there. Reginald pushed, went off his forehand. They split to cover both their forehands. It's an incredible transformation from the first game. Like a new pair. Again, chasing forward from Reginald. I can't put into words how big a transformation this is. The first game, the Danes were in full control, doing whatever they wanted, had the attack, weren't really under much stress. And now, the pair from Hong Kong changing everything, stepping up, taking it on, getting the attack. Really, really impressive.
Court 3, Thomas Cup, Chinese Taipei versus Germany. Men's double.
Misjudgment there, though.
Reginald there had all the time in the world and obviously clearly left it. Just lands inside the line. It's one of the most frustrating leaves you can do.
Umpire, Rohana De Silva from Sri Lanka. Service judge, Jacob Sigmund.
And again, you can see Reginald there. He's not concerned about the rear of the court, stepping forward. It's now the Danish that are going to have to go over, because every time you can see both players from Hong Kong, look how high their base is. They're just behind the service line because they're both pushing forward, which is what they needed to do more of in the first game. He's finding it difficult out there, Reginald, to serve. Pretty sure it'd be similar for Rasmus and Frederick if they had to all of a sudden do a mixed double serve.
Well, a bit of good fortune. 11-7 it is, and they're looking good at the moment, Hong Kong, to potentially level this tie.
Incredibly small. For me, I think the Danish, they have to go out at times, because at the moment players from Hong Kong are just, at the moment, they're actually better than them in the mid and forwards. Yeah, it's a totally different game from the first.
And this is what happens as well when the other pair are on top and start making unforced errors like that. And you saw hardly any of them from Kier and Sogard in the first game.
And it's just the pressure that the pair from Hong Kong are now putting on their opponents. Stepping up, taking the game on. not concerned about the rear of the court. They haven't been caught out once with the Danish pair going over them.
Well, those two haven't had too much to smile about this game so far, but they've got the deficit back to 2. That's a chance.
It was the right shot. It didn't have to be that perfect. It's what I think they have to do, the Danish. They have to go over at times, but it's having the composure and the calmness to go over, you know, with the right shot at the right time and not put yourself in trouble. Great flick.
Yeah, we haven't seen them use that much, have we, in this match so far, the Danes?
Rasmus has got a good flick. He's got a really strong forearm on him, so he can almost hold it that fraction longer. Absolutely everywhere.
Well, somehow, Danes came up with that point.
Yeah, the Danish did incredible to stay in that rally because they were in trouble almost all of it. To end up winning that rally was a big, big point for them. Again, that flick.
Immediate challenge.
Definitely the right shot, but is it in or is it out? That's where the gap was.
Well, what a massive moment this is with the state of the match. More so, obviously, for the Hong Kong-China pair. It was long.
Great
Good
challenge.
Yeah.
They did both look very, very confident.
So they had a 13-8 lead at one point. Li and Tang now find themselves behind as we get towards the business end of this second game.
Wow. It was incredible defense from Rasmus in that rally. Start of the rally, he got 2 back, I have no idea how he got back.
I do love the rest of the squad on the Vuvuzelas. A little bit of additional sound and colour to proceedings. So, looks like being an exciting finish to this second game.
Big smash to finish that rally with. smile there from Flandy behind the court. It wasn't even that short, he just got behind and hits. Big power.
He's not a big man, he's 5'7", but boy, when he hits it, it stays hit. He said that the last time. This is the last time. That is wonderful placement. Well, I think it is. They're going to challenge it. Not sure they're going to get any joy with this, but I guess it's worth a go. They've still got 2 challenges in the bank, so close-ish, but surely part of the shuttle clipped the line, didn't it? Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. Service over 16-4. Play.
Worked pretty well, the flick serve previously, but Reginald, he's so explosive. When he reads that, it's great power and placement. And they're slightly flamboyant. Backhand kill to finish with.
Yeah, did really well there. Kier spotted an unguarded area of the court. Just guided it there. Going to the wire by the looks of it in game 2.
Bit of a simple mistake for me there, really. Intentional man, I think he was ready for it. I think he had it. Total miss it there, you can see the strings.
Yeah, and just when it looked as though they had the potential to level, they may still, but they're going to have to do it the hard way now.
He struck it right at the, oh, it's gone horizontal and vertical, both's gone. It's an extreme miss hit. That's the thing, these last 2 points, it was 17-all, and I just feel these last 2 points from the pair from Hong Kong a little bit generous to their opponents. Easy-ish points.
Well, there's a soft one back.
What serve are we going to see now? Going to see a flick serve, or Danish are definitely going to make him wait. There's no doubt about that. Already doing that. He knew it was going to happen. I mean, it was obvious, wasn't it? What's going to happen here? Oh, he's given the point.
He's given the point. Wow. Massive decision from Faidal Saeed.
So we're going to see this on a replay. Is his hand up? Okay, so his hand is clearly up. So for the umpire to award the point, I would say shouldn't happen, because Søgaard clearly does have his hand up. The problem the umpire has is he's told all players they need to speed up. And again, the Danes did take an incredibly long period of time.
He did not attempt to receive. Not at all. He was standing like this. Did he move? Yes or no? No movement. What?
He didn't move? He did not attempt to return. Okay. But I'm talking to the referee.
Now, I think the most important thing about this is if Søgaard's hand was up or not, which you have your hand up to basically show you're waiting. Please wait, I'm getting myself ready. It's a way of, you know, making it clear to everyone that you're not quite ready to return serve, and he had his hand up. But the problem is, the Danish players have taken a long time to get ready.
Yeah.
So the umpire, in theory, should play a let, but he should maybe yellow card the Danish players. To award the point to the pair from Hong Kong, unfortunately in this situation, I would say is extreme.
I cannot see any way that the tournament referee is going to overrule the umpire.
This is the problem, though. In her defence, she doesn't know what's happened.
No.
If we can't obviously, but on the replay it was very evident that, you know, Fredrik Søgaard, he obviously had his hand up, which shows he's not ready, which shows it should be a let, but no one can see that. This is why, obviously, you know, Kenneth Jonassen is frustrated.
Well, they've got to somehow find a way to put this out in the back of their mind.
Yeah, it's humongous, this point, because who's going to react in the best way? Who's ready?
Oh, well, he's going to give them another point, is he?
I don't know what's happening here. The umpires are going to, now he's going to yellow card Lee. This is all getting a little bit out of hand. Long delay and the frustration from the Danish. Good serve, and it's a gift. And it is incredible how this peculiar point has turned this game on its head.
We're going to a decider. 21-19 in favour of Lee and Tang in somewhat controversial circumstances, but it's one game all.
So important now that the Danish, before they start the final game, they compose themselves, they forget what's happened because they can't change that. And I know firsthand how frustrating a situation like that is. You have to put it to the back of their minds.
På hvilken servestation? Ja. Jeg føler ikke, vi rager, men det er godt, at du... Altså, det er jo fordi, at vi har faste aftaler, vi dækker forhånd, vi dækker det. Okay, fint. Så jeg synes, at vi har... Skal vi lade være med det, så bare lade bagmand? Jeg synes bare, at når vi griber på den, så kommer vi til at gribe ned til dem, og så står de op på os. Så hvis vi server nogenlunde, så bare dække den kort af, og de korte sider. Hvis vi kommer ind over midten, også selvom den ligger inde, altså lad os sige inden for lidt mindre end 10 meter, så er det bagmanden, der står frem og lægger den af, så er der masser af plads til det. Ja. Det er roligt her. Så husk det der med, at vi behøver ikke at se.
向前壓多啲啊，向前壓多啲。
På et tidspunkt er det lidt for hurtigt point. Det er den her disciplin med, at vi får lige så mange point, som spiller den rigtige. Og det er som jeg sagde under point, at når man først trykker på den første, så er det rigtig svært, fordi så står man bare frem, så kan man ikke lægge den af. Det er også den, du siger til mig, at de står oppe i hovedet på os. Ja, når vi har trykket 2 gange, og så prøver at lægge den af modsat, så står de fremme. En af gangen her.
So let's see how the Danes are able to compose themselves or otherwise.
That's the thing, Reginald's doing exactly what he did really well in the second game. As soon as he gets the opportunity, storming forward, they've got to try to go over him because he's the player making the moves. And the pair from Hong Kong, well, they've got to guide it the other side in front of Antonsen. turn there from Søgaard. Serve is definitely a little bit loose.
Such a hard one to predict this, which way it's going to go.
And after watching the first game, you know, there's no way anyone would have thought that the game would have kind of transformed as it has. The Danes are in full control. Just missed it.
Service over 4-5.
I think the other thing that was interesting, just going back to that controversial incident, was 5 or 10 minutes before that, the umpire had told the Hong Kong pair that it was a final warning. I don't think he was saying it to all four players. I may be wrong, but to me, he was kind of looking and saying it towards the Hong Kong pair.
I think it's a difficult one because it's kind of 6 of one and half dozen of the other.
Yeah.
The Danes, you know, they were taking a little bit too long, deliberately, because I think it was causing Lee some issues on his serve, but his serve is beyond quick, as in it's ridiculously fast. So, but I do think, unfortunately, in that situation, maybe the umpire didn't quite be firm enough with, you know, his control over the situation, and then it became rather awkward at the end of the game, and we haven't seen any of that in this third game, which is good to see.
They'll take everything they can get, anything and everything. Trying to get Hong Kong, China on the board in this tie. They can't win it, but you never know. If they play well in the last match, who knows? And they've got a obviously match against Algeria, so you would assume they'd be big favourites for that. That's a bit wasteful, though. Well anticipated.
Yeah, it's good play from the Danish pair. Calmness on the attack, good slice. Takes the speed off. Gives Søgaard time to be able to chase in. That situation to be able to block, it's dangerous. And again, you know, Reginald's doing what he should be doing, and he's put on a very impressive display from the first game, how he's managed to turn things around. He's definitely been the player on the Hong Kong side who's changed things.
How many points have they given away on serve, though, those two?
Yeah, you know, it's obvious that Reginald isn't comfortable serving in men's doubles.
That was in by a big margin.
It's one of those situations where you just hope, you just hope some kind of drift that doesn't exist is going to blow it out or push it out. Great serve. He's been the playmaker, the creative one. Sanchaman has just kind of filled the gaps. Yeah, stepping in. Any chance he gets, sets his partner up. The performance he's put in the second and third, or in this game, will we see him maybe think about making a comeback in the men's doubles? See if he needs a partner. Send him a message.
Well, 11-9 it is now to the Hong Kong pair, Li and Tang. They just, you get the feeling, need to just keep the pressure on the two Danes, because since they've kind of changed tactically, they've looked the more likely pair, albeit they had a bit of a wobble at the end of that second game and were really helped out by that controversial point awarded by Fadil Saeed, the umpire. But obviously only 2-point deficit, so Kier and Sogard still right in this. It's been a titanic battle. Checking what the court time is so far, 45 minutes. So it's been a quick match, the last phase of which is about to unravel. Well, that was Tang Chunman getting aggressive. Mentioned Lee has been the major aggressor, but Tang coming to the party at that point.
I think for me is the Danish have really tensed up, which is, you know, it's no surprise because the game has really turned on its head, but they haven't tried to make the court big. They haven't kind of stretched the pair from Hong Kong. They haven't twisted and turned them, and their defense is so good for the Danish pair that... Frederick's been very quick on the net. Any half chance he's had is on that. It's a loose block, there's no doubt about it, but he's on it quick. The attack from the Danish, when they've taken the pace out, slice, reverse slice, half smash, it's almost been more effective. Brilliant. Great serve, great move. Turn's not good enough there, though. Very sharp, though, from Sogard.
Getting very tense out there.
This might be the reason why the Danes aren't opening things out, because of the attack. The attack of the pair from Hong Kong. Again, it's good pressure on the return of serve. One thing I'm a little bit surprised by is Lee has struggled to low serve. We haven't seen any flicks. We haven't seen any drive serve. We haven't seen much variation. The Danish are very comfortable returning his serve. If he can, he's got to try a little bit, just something different. Because almost every time he serves, he's putting his partnership under quite a lot of pressure. So ever since I've heaped a lot of praise on Lee, just levels just fractionally dropped. He's just missed a few. Commentators curse again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the pressure of the message I'm going to send him with the partnership.
Well, I think it's going to come down to that. Who can cope with the pressure best from here on in? Said it was tense.
That's the thing there. It's a brilliant return. I mean, Sogard's shot's not good, but he can't do anything from there, but it's just wild from Lee. He doesn't even have to kill it, he can just get the attack.
Now the errors are coming from the far end as we look.
Yeah, and it's a totally different player now, Lee. He went from, you know, best player on the court to now he's just, all these unforced errors are sneaking in. They've opened the court up, but they haven't been passive. They've stepped up, then they've countered. They've got the attack. This is what I mentioned earlier. Nothing wrong with going over or going out if it's in an aggressive way, making the court big.
It's unbelievable. Candidate for rally of the tournament. It's only the second day. Incredible.
Attention, man, there, a little bit of magic. We're going to see it. Look at this. Incredible, absolutely incredible. It's a double action. Swivel or twist and look the other way. Like, that was an unbelievable shot. Obviously in slow-mo it looks easier, but in full speed, that's, yeah, absolutely sublime. And again, commentators curse, he's drastically improved his level. Last two rallies, incredible from him.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you win a rally that was quite so memorable as the last one, you do get a huge amount of confidence, a real injection the self-belief, but
incredible return.
Yeah, that was
perfect timing
into a whole raft of space.
Bit of magic there from Rasmus. He's very good at that one hold. He has got that strong forearm just to punch it in the corner at the very last second.
Well, that set up nicely, didn't it? And here are match points for the Danes. Well, the choice of going for the flicker pays off, and the controversy in the second game, they can now forget about it because they've come through 21-16 in the third, the Danes. They go 4-love up in the tie, but for Lee and Tang, a question of what might have been, because they certainly had moments, a lot of moments, Chris, in that match.
Yeah, definitely. There were moments where I was really, really impressed. I think full credit to the Danish for turning that around and finding a solution, especially how the second ended, to then turn things around and come back and raise their level, especially at the end of that third.
Yeah, that showed genuine character, that they were able just to kind of put it to the back of their minds. I'm sure they'll chat about it later between themselves, but it doesn't matter because they got the victory. And are guaranteed, well, they were already guaranteed to win the tie, but now it's 4-love. 21-10, 19-21, 21-16. 56 minutes on court. So 4-love it is Denmark. One match still to come. It's the third singles. Rasmus Gemke of Denmark up against the teenager Jason Gunawan of Hong Kong, China. Should be interesting. It's next. Well, a warm welcome back to Chengdu in our continuing coverage of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cup finals. 4 matches down in this tie, all of them won by Denmark, although not quite as straightforward as some would have predicted. They've had a couple of matches that have gone to 3 games. We have reached our swan song, so to speak, with the third singles. Brings together Rasmus Gemke and Jason Gunawan of Hong Kong, China. Saw Gemke play fairly recently, just back in March, and he got to the final of the German Open in Mulheim and was beaten by Christo Popov in the final. Popov was brilliant in that match, but Gemke all week had been excellent. Just rarely puts in a bad performance, and that's why I think it's going to be particularly interesting playing against a teenager who was one of the kind of young bright hopes of Hong Kong China badminton. First Thomas Cup obviously, so we'll see how he deals with the limelight, the pressure and the occasion. So here come the players. Gemke leading the way. Have you seen much of Gunawan, Chris? I mean, I read that obviously he won the Hong Kong Open as a 16-year-old. Oh, sorry, not the Hong Kong Open, the National Championship. But still a huge achievement. He beat Nkar Long on the way. Have you seen much of him at all?
Not as much as I'd like to have seen, to be honest. I've seen a few matches, that's it, and he does look like he has a lot of potential, and you know, coming through at that age, be interesting to, you know, the level he can get to.
Certainly they've got very, very high hopes for him. They have actually met once before, these two. Gemke came out on top. It was in the Hong Kong Open last September, but it went 3 games and it lasted nearly an hour and a half, so this may not be anywhere near as straightforward as you might think for the Dane. Ranked 26 in the world now. Gemke, he was as high as 10 back in November of 2021. He's got a couple of Thomas Cup bronze medals, which he won in 2020 and then a couple of years after that. Only the one World Tour title, that was a fair while ago. Spain Masters in 2018. As I mentioned, he got to the final of the German Open just a few weeks ago. And the precocious talent that is 19-year-old Jason Gunawan, it just sneaks into the top 100 in terms of rankings. And I mentioned he won that Hong Kong national title at 16. That was back in 2020. He was the youngest ever to win that. Has been just a few spots higher, as you saw there. He's been up at 87, but I don't think that the ranking of 94 is going to tell the whole story by any means here. Gemke might be in for a tough match here. So 9 matches played so far by the Danes. They've won them all. This for their second clean sweep in 24 hours, having disposed of Algeria by the same scoreline yesterday. Bert van Horenbeek, by the way, is the man in the umpire's chair. And Lakpriya Adirasinghe of Sri Lanka is the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Jason Gunawan. On my left, Denmark, represented by Rasmus Gemke. Denmark to serve. Low full. Play. Jason, when I say play.
So here we go. Gemke starting off the 5th match of the tie.
One love.
That tournament in Mulheim in March, Gemke smashed everyone to death using that shot until he got to the final, and Popov was just too good for him on the day.
Strong start by Gemke, and this is, you know, what you'd expect from him. He's such a hard-working, consistent, solid player. Look at his world ranking, and almost all his results are similar, like around the quarter-final stage, just because, you know, he's a solid player. Even when you look at some of his first rounds, at the All England, Shiyu Chi, 19-17 up. Gemke was in the 3rd and lost 21-19, an hour and 21. You know, he's competing with the best in the world on a continuous basis. Just his rankings slightly wouldn't suggest that.
Yeah, I think you could probably make an argument both these players' rankings are a little bit false. Yeah, well played.
Over 3-1.
Win, lose or draw for Gunawan this afternoon. It's great experience for him. Big arena, decent crowd.
Yeah, definitely. And you look at his ranking, and he hasn't played many big tournaments. When Hong Kong Open is a big tournament, he played that, but he hasn't. Most of his other tournaments have been sort of challenge level or maybe a Super 100. So to play in a very big arena like this against a world-class opposition, you're totally right. It's experience, learning, getting all in. He's only 19. You know, he's at the start of his career. Good play by Gemke. Good net. Holds his base high ready. You can see how low Gunawan takes it. Even if he lifts from that position, it's going to be a high lift, which isn't really a threat.
Court 3. Thomas Cup. Chinese Taipei versus Germany. Man single. Wang Qi versus Matthias Pickles.
裁判员西德尼，新西兰；发球裁判员蒋诗颖，中国。
Umpire Sydney Gallows from New Zealand.
Pick up there by Gemke.
Service judge Jiang Shi from China.
Huh. That's excellent play from Gunawan. pretty much dominated that rally from start to finish.
Yeah, and the impressive thing is that Gunawan managed to see it out because he almost had to win the rally 3 times over, but he stayed calm and composed and did.
Service over. 6-4.
Really impressive. Well-placed attack.
5-6.
Reads this well. Gets up slightly short-lived, but really well put away. Doesn't look nervous, doesn't look phased.
Looks like he's thoroughly enjoying himself, doesn't he?
This is the thing when you're young coming through, you've got no pressure on you. Play free.
Well, it was a great pick-up from Jason Gunawan.
Great speed coming forward. Real confidence there. Read the situation really well.
Service over. 7-6.
Again, he just gets there so early. This is the thing. He reads it really, really well, and he's pretty much at tape level. So Gemke has to hold back. He has to wait. Gunawan has all the options in the world.
Got to say, I've not seen him live before today, but really impressed with his game management, with his choice of shot. I think Gemke knows he's in a match here.
7.
Judgment there by Gemke. Gunawan definitely has a very good change of pace.
He looks defensively sound as well, though, Gunawan, doesn't he? I mean, we've seen him pick up a couple really well. He's making Gemke work extremely hard for every point that he is winning here.
10-7.
That's nicely placed. Going to be challenged, however, by Gunawan. Looked to me like it was okay, but see what Hawkeye says. And if Hawkeye doesn't reverse this, then it's going to be the mid-game break. That's out by big margin. Was from the Chris Langridge school of predictions, me saying that was going to be all right.
It's rubbing off on you. We'll blame it on the distance. Very far away.
Well, they're going to get to the interval now. 3-point lead for Gemke, but he's been pushed all the way by the youngster so far.
Short one, 20 seconds.
而家有時咧，你喺度頂風咧，你停咗之後，你嗰啲波你一定要夠高夠厚㗎。你因為你停咗之後，你停佢想做，你一定要做。
Over 9-11.
Well, he had his hand up very quickly there, Jason Gunawan. Not quite sure what he thought he saw.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Gemke was maybe in the way and he couldn't see it, and a bit more of hope than anything else. It's an incredible pickup in that rally from Gunawan. pretty calm and composed for a 19-year-old. Not impatient in the rally, moving the shuttle around well.
Big slice of luck. Absolutely thundered into the tape.
Ended up quite actually near Gunawan.
Yeah. Yeah. He reached the service line there. First time in the match, just about. Just start to feel that Gemke's maybe getting on top of his opponent a little bit.
Yeah, when you look back to the only match they've played, it was quite a topsy-turvy game. Rasmus Gemke won the first 21-7, then he lost 21-15, then he won 21-13, so each game was quite one-sided.
Yeah, he will certainly be hoping he can get the job done in a rather more straightforward fashion.
Really good there from Rasmus. It is, yeah, it's just starting to slip away. But this is the interesting thing now, how we're going to react to this. When you don't have the experience in a situation like this to try and deal with the way the game's changing and it's pulling away from you.
Server, 17-10.
Absolutely hammered that.
Yeah, and I'd say that rally almost sums up Gemke, like incredible defense, just soaking his opponent up, giving him nothing really to work with, and then he gets a short lift. Good smash. But it's so hard for Gunawan to win the point because Gemke just gives him nothing. He's a very solid, consistent, hard-working player, Gemke. And he could be one of the important players in this tournament. Third men's singles for Denmark. Almost similar to how Vittinghus was back in 2016.
Very, very quickly onto that, the youngster.
Yeah, Gunawan's change of speed. All of a sudden, when he just injects pace, when he reads where it's going, he is very quick.
Server, 19-11.
So, a whole clutch of game points here for the Dane.
Game point 11.
It's long, and it's 21-11. Doesn't quite tell the whole story because it was pretty even in the early stages. But in the latter stages, it went from 11-8 to 21-11. So that was a serious spurt from Gemke, who leads by 1 game to love.
Være det samme. Du skal have det der ryg ind i form, og så må man møde den tidligt. Nej, han kommer helt sikkert til at insistere lidt mere på at skære nedad og spille ham. Og første gang det kommer nedad, så prøver han at vinde.
Det er, når han skærer den lige i min forhåndsside. Den kommer meget blødt på hans. Altså, du ved, det er svært for mig at skubbe ned, uden han kommer helt op med catcheren. Altså, der er lige først. Altså har Axelsen, jeg synes bare, det er svært at stå med den der. Jeg vil gerne have knækket.
Nu kommer den til at have lidt svært ved, for den tager sidevinden derud. Knækket er fint, men hvis der ikke er noget i den, så synes jeg egentlig, altså skubbe den mod midten, og så lukke hegn, altså igen.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Lovell. Blake.
So here we go then, second game. Gemke hoping to pick up where he left off. That's not going to work though.
Serves over. 1 love. Over. 1, 2.
Brilliant. And Gunawan, incredible net.
Yeah, that was the key, wasn't it, setting it up?
Yeah.
The actual winner was pretty straightforward from there. Landed in.
Looked a long way in.
Serve 3-0.
Again, incredible net. Last two nets, he's got net cords on both. Anything Gemke can do is push it in a bit deeper. Not give him the opportunity, but...
Serve 4-0.
Well, it was great defence while it lasted from Gunawan.
6-4.
When you watch Gemke play, there's not many rallies that he wins very quickly or very easily.
Yeah.
The kind of way he works is very, kind of grinds his opponent down. He's hard-working, works the rally, very patient, incredibly consistent. He knows that if his opponent's going to win the point against him, his opponent's going to have to play a very good shot or work even harder than he will.
Serve 5-6.
That's a great shot. I think just as you said, Chris, he had to work really hard to stay in that rally. And finally created the opening.
And the one thing that Gemke's maybe just slightly missing is kind of that weapon, that real danger.
Killer shot, yeah.
Just because his whole game's, you know, it's really, really good. Very kind of well-rounded player. And he's hard to beat because whenever he plays the best in the world, he always has an incredibly competitive game. Hardly ever, you know, does he get beaten easily. But the difficult thing is he hasn't quite won enough or reached the slightly further rounds. One of his best results is quarter-final of the Danish Open, which, don't get me wrong, is a great result. He beat Vidsan in the first round in 1 hour and 32 minutes, which kind of, you know, is no real surprise the way he plays.
Yeah.
But it's hard for him to do that round after round because it takes so much energy. If he had a few more weapons and could win a few cheaper, easier points, just help him be able to last round after round after round.
That's a good leave. There's a brilliant bit of retrieving in that rally as well from the Dane.
Yeah, Gemke did very well to stay in it because some of his lifts were incredibly short. He's putting himself in all sorts of trouble. But he has got a very solid defence. Gemke there, timed that block all wrong. Not sure if it was a blocker, I don't know what he was doing, if he's trying to relift it. Good judgment there, pushed out. Controlling the correct power to put on the shuttle. So much harder than people realise when there's a drift involved or when your body weight's moving in the right direction or the wrong direction. Your arm then has to make the adjustment. Pressure from Gemke there.
And a very healthy lead for Gemke. He leads 11-6 at the mid-game break.
Court 1, 20 seconds. 11-6. Late.
Brilliant. Really well placed attack there from Gemke.
That was the bite a bit, really, wasn't it? He did exactly what Gunawan's done to him on a couple of occasions. Drawing him in, got the short shot back and then dispatched it. Just keeping the youngster at arm's length at the moment, the Dane.
It's the right shot, it's where the gap is. Slightly overdid it. It wouldn't be that shot that would win the point. It might be the 4 shots after that when Gunawan stretched further and further and further.
Well, there's a little present.
13-8.
Gemke forces you to do. The defence is so solid that you try to go for something a bit tighter and then end up gifting the point. I mean, the amount of unforced errors that Gemke's made in this whole match, hardly any.
Fingers on one hand, I think.
Yep.
Just varied the serve there, Gemke.
15-8.
It's almost exactly what happened in the first game. Kind of very evenish start, and then he just pulled away in the middle part of the first game, and the same thing's happening here.
This is the end of the story, okay? Next time there will be other consequences. Is that clear? No, you're taking too much time. Okay? Is it clear?
So there's a bit of an interesting story from the umpire there.
Presume he means he's going to deduct him a point, but...
Well, I think he was just going to yellow card him. But I think he should have just made it exactly clear where he was going to...
Yeah.
He just said, look, please hurry up or I'll have to yellow card you for delay. Gunawan looked very confused by what the umpire was actually saying then.
Jason Gunawan, warning for misconduct and sportsmanlike behavior.
Well, this is all part of the learning process. Looks a pretty laid-back character, doesn't he, the teenager?
Brilliant defence.
Phenomenal.
10-15.
I think Gemke there, his sweatbands just got so heavy that when he was hitting that overhead, it nearly came off. You can see it's gone further and further down his wrist. And he's had enough. Look at it, it's nearly on his hand.
Landed in.
You have a challenge.
Denmark challenges called in.
So just threatening a little resurgence here, Gunawan. See what Hawkeye says here. Long.
Very good
use of the challenge.
Yeah.
And he needed that too, because his opponent was just getting up a little bit of momentum. Know how quickly things can turn around.
We saw that in the men's doubles, the match before this.
Yep. No.
11-16.
Just a fraction wide.
Nearly perfect, but yeah, just pushed it a little bit too wide. I do feel this is mirroring the first game. Good pick up.
Well, brilliant from Gemke first, just to get it back, and secondly, exercising extremely good judgment. And he's 3 points away from Denmark completing a second successive whitewash.
Great serve, got a challenge.
I think he has to do this even if he thinks it's anywhere near close, where the scoreline is.
It's a good challenge. Very good challenge.
Serves over 12-18.
Just forced it wide.
Serves over
It's really slipping away now.
19-12. Thank you.
So, 8 match points for the Dane.
20 match points.
Very pleased Kenneth behind the court. Thomas next to him. But I would say Gemke so far has been a very, very professional performance, exactly what you'd expect.
That'll do it. 21-12 in the second game for Gemke. A similar, as you said, Chris, similar type of scenario to the first game. Close-ish initially, and then Gemke just the additional class, the experience, just helping him to ease home in both games. But Jason Gunawan's talent clearly there for all to see. He's a prospect. He's only 19, and I'm sure he'll learn a lot from being here at this Thomason Uber Cup Finals event. That was how it finished. The youngster into the net, and Gemke threw in 43 minutes on court. (21-11), 21-12, and in fact just 42 minutes the official match time. Final match of this particular time. Here's what we've seen. 2 matches went the distance, Victor Axelsen's and in the second doubles. But overall, it was pretty comprehensive for Denmark, who complete their second successive 5-love scoreline. It's not all we have for you today. Coming up shortly, in about 25 minutes, we'll have China versus Canada in the Thomas Cup in the company of Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen. For now, though, for myself, Trevor Harris, Chris Langridge, our whole production cast and crew here in Chengdu, we'll see you in just under half an hour. Bye for now.